Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. It is May 11th, 2021. Um, I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Ready for roll call?
Yes, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Pelham. Okay, Mayor Bennett, you do have a quorum, 5 present, 2 absent.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I'll move to. Go ahead, Mrs. Denton.
Yes, I'd just like to move to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the recruitment and appointment of a city clerk, A7 and A8, to consult with legal counsel and staff regarding specific legal matters and probable litigation, which such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's interests, and to the extent these discussions will be aided thereby. A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals in personal matters not related to public business.
Second. Motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Discussion. I don't see any hands raised. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Councilor Gore, I'll try her again.
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Councilor Gore, I didn't hear you earlier. Thank you.
okay.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, I'll try her again also. Councilor Pelham. Okay, Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 yes and 1 absent.
All right, thank you. And I will see everyone in closed. The city attorney and the city manager at this time. Thank you. Looks like everyone's here. I don't know what happened to my little agenda. Dr. Manker, we have everybody here.
Okay, you can get started.
Thank you. There a motion to come out of closed meeting?
I move that we come out of closed meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I don't see any hands for discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0.
Thank you. Can you read the certification, Ms. Bess?
Sure. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Roll call.
Sorry. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's regular scheduled agenda meeting for May 11, 2021. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Present.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask a prayer by Mr. Charlie Dane and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Councilor Randolph.
Mayor Bennett, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, let us pray. Heavenly Father, first and foremost, as always, we thank you for all the blessings that you have bestowed upon us, both individually and as a community. We ask for those continued blessings. We ask for you to be with our public safety officials and our public safety employees as they serve our citizens. Ask that you continue to protect our citizens and our community from the coronavirus and continue to encourage and urge people to get the vaccine so that we can move to an immunity and return somewhat to normal. Lord, we ask that you continue to bless this community as you always have. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes, I believe there's a motion that needs to be made after we finished our time in closed session. I move to authorize the city attorney and city manager to take all necessary steps to effectuate the reversion of the land the city sold to the Francisco Landing developers, including purchasing back the property or initiating and prosecuting litigation if the developer refuses to cooperate.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. I see hands for discussion. Councilor Gore?
Thank you. So I just want to go on record this evening. I did vote in favor of the breach. Reason being, I felt like the city needed to demonstrate that we took contracts seriously moving forward in terms of development deals as well as of their procurement. However, at that same meeting, I did express the desire to continue to negotiate an agreement to move forward with the development of the site in terms of the rebate and the donation agreement we were discussing, that those conversations are ongoing. So yes, I agree that we needed to let them know we were serious and that we did recognize that there was some actions not taken in the contract from our point of view, and that they needed to get the ball rolling to get the project completed in the time frame of the contract. But with that said, tonight I can't vote in favor of this particular request because there is still more information that I would like to have in regards to some of the effects going down the reversion route in terms of purchasing the land, what the amount would be, and additionally having updates to some of the items that was raised in closed session in regards to negotiation. I know that that may not change some people's minds, and I respect and understand that. Just for the public, Ward 4 residents to know and for clarity for them, I am in favor of the breach as I voted for it. But again, I did state that meeting that I felt like we should move forward with trying to strike a deal. And the reason being is kind of where we are now in the contract, the way it was drafted, and then also how it's being interpreted by multiple parties. I felt like the city was not in a good position, and that we needed to find the lesser of two evils to go with. So my opinion is still the same. Unfortunately, it was not a good agreement, and it did not favor the city. However, I do understand the thoughts that might be shared tonight in regards to moving forward. So just at this time, I can't support it, but it does not mean that once those questions are answered, then my position may go either way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm.
Denton?
Who?
Counselor Denton?
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't hear you. I agree with what Counselor Gore just said. I feel like this is too early for us to vote on this because I don't think that a majority of us, or I know I can only speak for myself, but I do not understand what the consequences would be to the city if we should lose this, and what the cost would be to our city. And I did vote for this development back in 2018. And I feel like we need to at least try to work this to a satisfactory conclusion. It will benefit our city. And I feel like we need to give it the best effort we can to move forward with this project. So I too will not vote in favor of this, mainly because I don't understand all the facts of what this will mean to our city.
Mm.
Thank you, Counselor Denton. Counselor Randolph?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm going to have to say that I will not vote for this as well, as we look at the previous agreement that the previous council, of which we have 4 members still here, voted for. I realize that the contract itself and the evolving nature of this contract has caused concerns for a lot of us on council, and we've tried to get those answers. But to me, to have the city enter into potential litigation and a cost that we're going to have to pay to go into litigation all on a definition of construction and what that means to everybody when it was not defined clearly in the beginning, concerns me that we have a potential of a loss, and I don't want the city to go into litigation ever unless I feel like we have a good chance of winning a case. And I do feel that this is an important development for us. I don't want something to be evolving constantly into a situation where we feel like we must do it. I would much rather it be a clean contract, but that's not where we are right now. I too would like to hear what the developer is going to come back to us with. But at this point in time, I'm definitely not for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't raise my hand. I don't know what I've done, but I would like to speak when it's my turn.
Okay. Yes.
I can speak now.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know if anyone's hand was up, but anyway, I mean, we've only been talking about this particular contract a long time, and I'm a long ways from where initially I voted. As I was reminded, we had a 7-0 vote on the old council. However, everyone should be concerned. Your concern could be less if you realize that we were going to, at the beginning, pay out over $4.8 million to the contractor to save him property tax money. So as long as we don't expend up to that amount in litigation, then our citizens' tax bases have been preserved. Then we would have not wasted money, as some of you are precluding that we may. That means that the contractor won't have that money in his pocket per se. So when we look at, I'm voting this way to look out for the tax base and the constituents of Hopewell, not to be a secondary mortgager for a company that should be able to sustain its own debt. So that's my position, is why I'm voting for the reversion, to try to capture back some of the income or revenues that monies that we could potentially have spent if this contract had gone through as a platinum contract for the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Counselor Gore, you had your hand up once more?
Yes, but can you just make sure no one else, this is my second time, so I want to make sure I'm not cutting in front of anyone else who wants to speak.
Yeah, that's right. I did call on Counselor Pelham before I did you.
No, she had already spoken.
No, I'm saying just to double check if anyone else who has not spoken before I go. You sent the
Counselor
memo
Pelham,
earlier, yes.
speak on anything?
I don't see anyone's hand who hasn't spoken,
Okay,
so I think Gore is good to go. Counselor
Okay.
Gore.
thank you. I was just trying to make sure I honored the rule. We got the reminder. So just for clarity, again, for Ward 4 residents, I'm not going to vote in favor of this because I want to understand the ramifications of moving forward, but it does not mean that I favor anything regarding this. And I just want to make two clarifications because I'm sure that there'll be statements made after this, and I want my position to be very clear on the record. I am one of the original members of council that did support this deal. I did not support the original deal, which is annotated in the minutes. I did not support the zoning because I was absent during that meeting, but I did support an amended agreement that included some items in there for the public. However, the terms and the environment related to this deal have changed. What has brought us to this point is the fact that the developers do not have the financing to do the project. Had it not been for that discussion, we would not be here right now. So I want that to be made very clear that the terms in which we agreed to this have adjusted. In addition to that, I also want it to be made clear that after the last round of negotiations, the amount of money that we were estimated to have to give them that we negotiate in terms of taxes was around $700,000. And I believe Mr. Dane has negotiated that lower than that. So it's not $4 million, just for a point of clarity. So I do want to see what the assessed value is for the purchase of the land to see if we might be paying more that route than versus doing the deal itself. But with that being said, I understand the hesitancy because quite frankly, we were told that the project would have been started I think it was 2019. I pulled some minutes and I think Vice Mayor Parton, the council at the time, specifically asked the question about when it was going to be breaking ground. And in the minutes, it said the following year. So I understand that point, and I do agree that when we originally approved this, the assumption was everything was in place and that they would be breaking ground. But with that said, as I mentioned before, we're not in a good position, in my opinion, which is why I'm trying to weigh all the options to make an informed and balanced opinion on the matter. So I do not want anyone to take my vote tonight to lean in any direction or that I flip-flopped or changed my mind. What I'm saying is I believe they're in breach. But I want to make sure that moving forward, the decisions that we make do not put us in a different position than had we taken the deal, even though it may not be favorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Gore. So I have Counselor Denton and Counselor Randolph.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate what Councilor Pelham had said too. This council has never agreed to go to the $4 million cost. And we have negotiated that down and tried to work to make sure the city and the taxpayers are protected. And that is why I would like to continue to work with the developers to see if there is a way we can, to the satisfaction of the council, that we can accomplish this development. I believe it will be an economic value to our city. And I feel like this would be a good thing for our city. So I just cannot vote for revision tonight. Reversion. So, thank you.
If anyone else, I would like to say something else. If no
Me.
one-
Yes.
Me next.
Counselor Randolph had her hand up next, I believe, and then
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor
And I simply wanted to do the same thing that Counselor Gore and Counselor Denton have said. The mention of over $4 million is not anywhere close to where we are at now. I did not agree when the initial introduction to us of the rebate was going to be closer to $4.8 million. There was no way that I believe anybody on council was going to agree to that. As Councilor Gore indicated, it is much closer to 700,000 or less. And I believe that the development is something that I can now feel comfortable doing. It is not money that we are giving them. It is a tax break, and they receive the ability to pay less taxes. And while the city does not get that income, it is not coming out of our pocket to be paid to them in cash. And so there's a big difference between 700,000 and over $4 million. I agree that there is one last discussion we need to have with them and see if that is a lesser amount. And I'm not going to vote for this either. Thank you.
Well, I didn't mean to say that we all agreed with $4 million. The point was that was their initial request. The contractor, the developer, that was his contract, was to bid out 35 years of non-payment of real estate tax. If that's what he needed, why did we have to negotiate, period? So we negotiated down to 25 years, then something with 20 years, 2 years paid for. It was a bunch of negotiations. So if he didn't need that much money, why did he request that much money from the very beginning? If we had decided to agree with it, then that would have been money that our tax base would have been out of. That's the point I'm really trying to make. So even though it might be it's more than 700,000, I believe. And whatever the amount is, it may not be total revenue coming into the coffers, but it's something that our citizen base doesn't get an exemption for. And so I just don't agree with the deal. You can sweeten it up to appease your citizen base, but overall for the whole entire city of Hopewell, is a deal that I believe the city needs to reconsider, get out of. And it's always the more we give, the more they want, developers and whoever. And at some point, we need to start giving back to the neighborhoods and to the citizens of Hopewell. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised. I'm going to ask for a roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
No, and can my second remarks be added to the record, please?
Yes, ma'am.
okay, I noted that. Counselor Denton,
No,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and 3 noes.
Thank you, Bess. Before I move on to requesting a motion to accept or amend the agenda, I did send out an email this evening to council. It is Ms. Bess' first time appointed as the clerk, appointed clerk, and we will be following Rule 203, the discussion limitation, and also Rule 306, the time limit. I can send you those through the chat if you'd like to see them. If not, I just wanted to let you know that we'll be following those rules tonight. And if there is a conversation that needs to take place or happen, or we need to have a longer discussion, we can go ahead and move to suspend the rules during that item. So I just wanted to make council aware. Thank you so much. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the agenda?
Madam Chair, I have my hand raised to make a motion.
Yes.
I move to adopt an amended agenda to move C9 Riverside Regional Jail up to R3 and to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
The motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I have one hand for discussion. Counselor Denton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would have to vote against this amendment. I don't feel that it is fair. We have voted to have 2 CRs per counselor at these meetings. And to move one of them to the regular business is not appropriate. I have waited for me, personally, I've waited several months to get my item on, and I'm finally moving up. And I don't think it's fair for someone to move their CR above all of us. And so I'm going to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Amendment. Oh, okay.
Counselor Gore.
Thank you. Obviously, I'll vote in favor of this motion. And the reason why I'm asking for this item to be moved up is due to the public nature of the press release and news stories regarding Riverside Regional Jail and the fact that what's going on impacts all of our residents, and for us to publicly discuss what we can regarding the matter so that the public knows that we are aware and that we might be asking for staff to give us information. I understand that there are some legal items that we can't discuss, but again, given the sensitive nature of this in regards to what is being alleged, but then most importantly, what the jail review committee has voted to do, which is to immediately close the jail. I believe that we should have a conversation about that to the extent that we can tonight. If we cannot have some specific discussion, then we can always refer back to staff. And there was the email regarding this, and the recommendation was made to have as much conversation as we can and then divert what we cannot. The other point I would say I'm in favor of this is because in recent agendas this year, there have been counselor requests on the R section of the agenda with no objection. So this follows that precedent. In addition to the time frame of items being on the agenda, for 2 years, I waited for items to be discussed when there was action to deliberately remove them. And so I'm not trying to do something with that with anyone else's request. But again, given the public discussion regarding this, whether it be statements from the Regional Jail Board, Chesterfield County, and other localities, I believe that we should address this issue as far as we can tonight.
Thank
Thank
you, Counselor Randolph.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. As I have told all of council several times in the past 3 or 4 days, I was amenable to our having a discussion on this in a couple of weeks. There had been news articles that people had, I guess, missed when they thought that I was having secret discussions with someone, and in fact was just reading newspaper articles about what was going on and being said to the public about where the jail and the jail authority were. Each locality that participates with Riverside has a board member representing them, and our board member is our city manager, who has given us a very succinct email to let us know that they are not going to be talking about anything with the potential of litigation for this hanging over their heads, and that there will be another meeting. I think he said Friday, Thursday or Friday of this week. And so for us to push the agenda, even though he told us there was not anything he could really tell us, doesn't make sense to me. And rather than wait a couple of weeks to bring it up after they've met and some of the indications of what they're going to do. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this simply because I think it would be more prudent for us to give it 2 weeks to come up on the agenda and be placed on the agenda by the city manager, the board authority for Hopewell, and he give us a review and information as much as he can at that point in time based on the meetings and what the attorney for the jail can and cannot allow them to speak of. Thank you.
Counselor Randolph, thank you. Counselor Randolph, your time was up. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other hands? Roll call, please.
I think I would like to say something. I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand. I don't know what I do.
Yes.
I would just like to say that Council Randolph just mentioned that the manager told us something. I didn't know that, that he couldn't speak about an issue.
It was in an email today.
Well, only I work sometime. I do work sometime, but I can't check my emails readily as some other people. So that's not a good reference for me. Maybe if it was a text or something, I would get it more readily. But since we don't know about it, I mean, what he does know, I would prefer him to tell all of us in this one setting. See, and so if I don't understand, some people know stuff and others don't. So I didn't read the email, so I would like at least for him to express what he can say, because we don't get all the same information all the time, and that's why it should be done in public anyway. So I will vote for it to hear what has to be said.
Okay. Counselor Denton, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I would just like to ask the city manager, am I wrong that you have informed us on several occasions that that you can't really discuss this? It's not just today.
Counselor Denton, to answer your question, I do believe in an email that was sent as an update last night, I mentioned that there were certain items, and I think the initial email that I sent to y'all, I believe I may have mentioned that there were certain items, obviously, that were discussed by the Riverside Regional Jail Authority in closed session that I would not be at liberty to discuss in open session or without advice of the legal counsel for the jail in a closed environment. So I did send that out. I did send an email out, an update email out last night, and then an email today in response to some comments that were made, indicating that I would be limiting any comments that I had to what I could say publicly with regard to this item this evening, if it was the amended agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saltman.
I have a point of information for the city manager.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to the comments made, I didn't actually share with anyone the scope of what I was trying to get discussed during tonight's meeting. So in response to the question regarding the email and then your response in regards to closed session, we don't know what was discussed in closed session. So it's not like we can ask questions specific to what you can't tell us because we weren't present for any closed session discussions. But you can discuss what has been publicly shared and give us a little bit more context, correct? As long as you know the line that you can cross, and you can just share with us that you can't answer the question at this time, correct?
Yeah, I don't intend to discuss anything that we discuss as a board in closed session,
Okay.
only the matters that have been put forth in the public record.
Okay, thank you.
And everybody don't read the paper, so.
This is Council Holloway. May I speak, Mayor?
Yes, please.
As elected officials, we are informed of what can be said and what cannot be said, but I would ask the city manager to speak in reference to what can be said so that the public constituents will know something in reference to the jail situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you. Before my comments, I know we're approaching that witching hour right now with the 3 hours. So I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 9:30.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Gore. I don't see any hands for discussion unless Vice Mayor Parton, your hand
Oh,
is up.
no, that's for continued discussion on this other item once we extend the meeting.
Okay, and for those who do not have an option to raise their hand, I may get away from asking you. So if you would just like chime in and just say, I have something to say, that would be helpful, so I don't skip over you. All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0 to extend the meeting to 9:30.
Thank you. Okay, going back to the motion that is currently on the floor to amend the agenda to add, Ms. Bess, could you please restate the motion?
The motion was to amend the agenda to move C9 to R3. Is that correct, Counselor Gore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Approve the amended agenda.
Approve the amended agenda, yes.
okay. All right, I don't see it. Vice Mayor Parton, is your hand raised for?
Yeah.
Okay,
Normally I wouldn't support something like this, but I know that this is a little bit of a more time-sensitive subject, and I think it actually does have some budget consequences, depending on how we can take action, how we can work towards resolving this issue. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this so that way we can ask some questions and hopefully get the ball rolling to get some answers and questions answered, and hopefully bring some resolution to this issue.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any other hands. Roll call.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Pelham,
Unmute.
All right, yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5 yes and 2 no to amend the agenda.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Mayor Bennett. One hand raised. Counselor Gore?
Thank you. Mr. Altman, in regards to C6 with the approval of the budget work sessions, if you responded to the email, forgive me, I overlooked it. Are we going to have a discussion regarding the stormwater projects for neighborhood flooding before, because we voted to have it during the budget cycle? Is that one of the two that's up here?
Yeah, so when we voted, so I think it was the first meeting in February, there
Yeah.
was a motion by council to bring that item back on May 25th in a work session.
Okay, so that's the stormwater program. It's going to include the projects individually.
Yeah, that was what we discussed in February. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's what that, even though it says stormwater program, I just wanted to make sure it is capturing that specific request. Thank you.
Please.
Are you ready for roll call, Mayor Bennett?
Yes, please.
Okay, Counselor Holloway. Counselor Holloway,
This is for the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Thank you.
Or gender.
Counselor Holloway,
Looks like she might be having some technical difficulties because she's
Okay.
been on the line.
yeah, I see her on. There
Yep.
she is. Did you say yes, Counselor Holloway?
What am
Okay.
I speaking in reference to? I was away from my desk.
Okay, the consent agenda, adopting the consent agenda.
Yes,
Okay, Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
thank you.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No,
Counselor Pelham,
Does the consent agenda include the minutes?
it does.
Okay. Lord. Is it appropriate to make a comment during the vote? Probably not.
No, ma'am.
Huh?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I'll get it straight another time. Thank you.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 yes, 1 no to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our public hearing this evening.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this evening, you have a public hearing to consider the.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can someone please put the packet on the screen because the public is viewing this online and there's nothing to reference.
My apologies. I'm scrolling through the agenda and I have this green screen around it saying that I'm sharing. I guess I'm not.
Stop share and try it again and it might refresh.
Okay. Do you see it now?
Not yet.
It's coming up now.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's coming up.
Is this the agenda you see?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, shucks. 1 second. Can you guys see the screen?
It's just a blank screen right now.
1 second. I'm gonna pull it right back up. Hey, do you see the agenda?
It's
Yeah.
back up, yes.
And thank you, Counselor Gordon. If anyone sees the agenda drop off, please let me know.
Okay.
Mhm. All right. Mr. Altman.
So, Madam Mayor, members of council, you have a public hearing this evening to consider an ordinance establishing the tax classifications and tax rates for the tax year beginning January 1st, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2021. There is a copy of the ordinance in your packet. Staff prepared the ordinance and asked our city attorney to review the ordinance. The ordinance establishes our real estate tax rate at $1.13. It establishes our machinery and tools rate at $3.05. It establishes the personal property tax rate for those that are in volunteer fire EMS at 10 cents. And it establishes our personal property tax rate at $3.50. These are the same tax rates as we had for the current tax year, or the tax year beginning on January 1, 2020, ending on December 31st, 2020. So there are no increases proposed in the tax rates this year for council's consideration. Staff is recommending approval of the rates this evening, which in order to allow the time necessary for the preparation of our real estate tax bills to go out to our citizens in response to the June tax deadline. So if there's any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer them. Just to answer the question up front, and I know we have a public hearing coming up.
Councilor Pelham?
I found my hand.
Yay.
Anyway, what's the 10 cent on medical? I've never heard that.
So the state code allows you to provide those that do volunteer rescue squad. In our case, our volunteer rescue squad here in the city, a reduced tax rate on their personal property for their vehicle. I think it applies to one vehicle for a bona fide member that is a member of the organization, which would mean they would have to run the requisite hours each year to qualify for that. So you just can't say I'm a member and never show up or never pull duty. So that's that. We've been doing that for a number of years. I know when I was here previously, we also had the same item in effect as part of our tax structure.
It's the first time we've called it out publicly or something.
Well, so this is the second year that we've used the ordinance format the way it is now.
Okay.
First year that I was here, it was a big paragraph and it was kind of buried in the paragraph. But this way, I think you readily identify and see the tax rates pretty quickly.
Oh, and
It definitely draws attention to it. Yes, ma'am.
How do you know who's eligible? Who keeps up with all that paperwork?
So it would be whoever it would, the captain in charge of the volunteers. And given that we're working, so our volunteer rescue squad is working underneath the fire department. So those individuals that are coming in and volunteering and running would be logging hours, and the fire department will be tracking those hours.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any more hands. I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Altman, did we receive any citizen comments?
Ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm not aware of any comments that were submitted with regard to the public hearing this evening.
Okay, and how did we solicit for this?
So as council is aware, we advertise it in the paper, but we also have an opportunity, which we discussed, to have a form on our webpage in order for people to fill out to submit comments. And we also include in the ad the phone number for the clerk's office to call if anyone has any comments with regard to any public hearing that we have.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed. Moving on to regular
We
business.
need a motion.
Go. We have a motion, yeah. I've got my hand up.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the rates for the 2021 tax year as read by the city. Well, I guess I need to include them in there, don't I, Mr. Altman?
I think, ma'am, if you just made a motion to adopt the ordinance,
Ordinance, okay, that'll be fine. I make a motion to adopt the ordinance.
Second. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Are there any hands for discussion? Vice Mayor?
This is going to be, just another annual speech, where, I just am a firm believer that we should be working towards equalizing our machinery and tools tax along with the personal property tax, and that our citizens should not be paying a higher rate on their personal property while the industry are paying a much lower rate with their machinery and tools tax. So with that, I will be voting against this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other hands for discussion or anyone on? Counselor Pelham.
Now, with that comment, what's the feasibility of us lessening the personal property tax and divide it between machinery and tools and personal property to make them equate out to each other? Like 325 and
I believe Mr. Altman will probably say the same thing, that because of the American Rescue Plan, we can't lower rates. We can only raise them.
Well, then let him say it.
No, that's good enough.
Mr. Altman.
so Counselor Pelham,
You don't have to
it would be
repeat it.
difficult.
I got it. I remember that.
Well, no, man, what I was going to say, in addition to the item about the American Rescue Plan Act, is on the fly, it would be difficult to calculate what kind of plus or minus loss we would look at from a revenue perspective,
Right.
to increase M&T but lower personal property. We'd have to go through a little bit of a math exercise for that. But counselors are correct. The American Rescue Plan Act, that those funds that the city we're receiving are set up so we don't supplant any we create a loss of revenue by reducing a rate. So we're looking at receiving a minimum of $5.6 million. Although there's some guidance that has been submitted, just as an FYI for council, that Monday, the Treasury agreed with our congressional delegation on behalf of two state senators and all of the congressional members of Congress, that cities in Virginia should receive both the Metro money and the money established for as counties, as it was termed. So based on an article that I've seen in the paper, I haven't received anything official from DC or anyone yet. We could possibly then receive an additional $4.37 million. So total about $10 million that we will receive over the next 2 years.
Okay. But with that, next year, could you do capture the revenue plus or minus with because it's been that amount since I've been on council for 17 years. And so at some point, we need maybe a different equation so that there can be a balance of distribution of revenue coming in.
It certainly, if that's what council would like for us to do, we can run numbers to give you what that impact would look like on all of, versus what that increase would look like for all of our businesses and industries. And it's just not all.
You're at the 3-minute mark, excuse me, just letting you know.
Ma'am?
You're at the 3-minute mark for the question. I don't know. City
I don't think
attorney,
my
I don't
response-
know
I don't
if,
think I don't think my response is included in the time limits.
okay, I don't know. So that's why I'm bringing that up.
So, we would have to look at and understanding that it's just not our large industries that pay M&T, but also some of the smaller businesses here in the city pay machinery and tools, and what that impact would look like, and the number of businesses that would impact. But if that was something council would like for us to do, we certainly can look at running those numbers to see, on a graduated scale, if you're moving M&T up but lowering what, and let's just say we did it on a 5 or 10 cent increment, what that number would look like. We can do something like that, certainly, if that's what council would like for us to do.
Madam Mayor,
Counselor Holloway, did you have a question?
She does. I'm
yes, for
Okay, I
for the
didn't know if
city
you heard.
manager. Yes, I do.
I don't know what point of order you want to go in.
No,
Madam
she
Mayor.
does. Yes, the thing is that Counselor Holloway does not have an option to raise her hand.
Okay.
And so I did mention to counselors who don't have that option because
So call out. Yes, ma'am.
technical issues we're having this evening. So just to call it out. Counselor
Am I
Holloway?
good? May I speak, please?
Yes, ma'am.
This is directed to Mr. Altman in reference to M&T taxes. Do you recall the last date that they were raised or increased?
I don't remember the exact date. I know during my previous time with the city, we had to look at adjusting M&T and personal property.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember the time frame in which that was, but I remember the discussion that we had. And at the time, we made a decision in which council voted on to increase the personal property tax rate because the reduction that we would be considering in M&T was too great of a reduction in revenue for us to absorb without having to then in turn go to the real estate tax rate and raise that to make up the difference. And I think that the decision was that as opposed to impacting all of the residents in the city with a real estate tax rate increase, that we would just adjust the personal property tax rate as opposed to having to lower M&T and then raise real estate.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Counselor Denton?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, I guess, Counselor Gore can back me up, or if I'm saying something wrong, she can correct me. But for the last 2 or 3 years, we have been fighting with the House, with our Virginia legislature in regards to the machine and tool tax. There is a movement in the state. It's a lobby, the machinery lobby, the industrial lobbyists are trying to get rid of this tax altogether. And I know 2 years ago, I emailed every legislator and told them what it would mean to Hopewell if they did away with the machine and tool tax. It would be a tremendous loss of income for our city. So to do anything with the machine and tool tax right now, I am firmly against it. I think it could possibly have ramifications to our city that would be, I guess I could use the word catastrophic. So I am voting for this tonight and hope the rest of you will as well. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
Yes, I just wanted to respond to Counselor Denton. She's correct. That's been a battle we've had almost every year I've been on council, but it's really intensified the last 2 to 3 years. And I think not last year, but the year before last, It came very close to passing. And in the reports that were given to the state, from my understanding, Hopewell was one of the localities specifically mentioned in regards to the fiscal impact if the law did change. But Mr. Altman can also speak to that, because I know it was something being in Virginia First Cities, and he was a member along with Mr. Bragg regarding that, just for the public's knowledge and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised unless Counselor Denton, you have something else, or Counselor Gore?
Oh, no, I just, could the city manager respond to that?
Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Counselor Gore and Counselor Denton are very much on point. M&T has been a very contentious issue in the General Assembly over the past several sessions. Although I will have to say, knock on wood, this past session, there wasn't any discussion of the issue. But we regularly have to go to bat, and I know that our Commissioner of Revenue, Ms. Reason, has been part of that team that has testified before different subcommittees and committees in the General Assembly regarding the importance of the machinery and tools tax to our local economy. And for a point of reference, M&T is worth to the city about $7 to $8 million annually in revenue. So if that tax were eliminated, we would have to make that up somehow. So we will continue to be an avid proponent of maintaining the machinery and tools tax in Virginia, as it certainly does help fund our budget in a quite healthy manner. So both Ms. Denton and Ms. Gore are correct. We have had to address this issue several times, and not just over the past few years, but dating back 10 or more years. It's just an issue. And the issue really comes down to these taxes are collected in other states under different titles and types, and it's just done differently. And there's probably a need to look at how that's done at the state level. And if there's something done, change a taxation formula that doesn't adversely impact our bottom line, but allows us to make that money up in another way. But at this point in time, I can't remember if the last session there was a reference for the M&T bill to be studied, but
There was a JLARC recommendation.
Right now, we definitely need that, continue to have that stream of revenue to help support our activities here in the city.
Does that answer your question, Counselor Denton?
No, I just thank you to the city manager for explaining that.
Okay, I would like to ask if on the ordinance, if the Mayor Patience A. Bennett, Ward 4 can be changed to Ward 7.
Yes, ma'am. We can make sure that that is changed when you come in to sign it.
If it passes this evening. Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you. I'm not questioning the importance of the M&T tax rate that it is for the city. What my argument has been, and will probably always continue to be until there is some sort of equalization done, is that I believe that when I talked with Ms. Reason, it was either 2008 or 2009 when the personal property tax was increased over 10%, and M&T was not touched or considered to be affected. And since that time, I believe there's been multiple increases in real estate. And again, just there's been no sort of trying to equalize this over 15 years. So in my opinion, I just feel that we have let off some of the industry and some of these other businesses that have not been that have enjoyed this reduced rate at the expense of the citizens of Hopewell. And that's why I firmly believe, and I will continue to push every year to equalize out these rates. And with that, I will call for the motion or call for the vote.
Call for the vote has been made.
Counselor Holloway,
Repeat, please, the motion.
to amend the ordinance on the public hearing.
No, that is
No.
to vote
I'm sorry,
for
Excuse
the
me.
ordinance.
I said amend and I apologize. It's to vote for the ordinance, yes, I'm sorry. To adopt the ordinance, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, to adopt the ordinance, yes.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor Pardon,
No.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the next item. Surplus property auction.
No. In-home.
The next item on the agenda is the establishment of 2 full-time positions for in-home family service specialists and within the Department of Social Services. And we have Mr. Spicer here this evening with you to discuss this proposal.
Madam Chair, I have a point of information. I see the city attorney's hand raised. I don't know if she was supposed to try to say something before that vote or just one of those like a legal thing.
It was a mistake. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, other members of council. Thank you for your time this evening. This item is meant to build capacity within Hopewell Social Services to better serve our citizens and at a very modest city expense. Specifically, this is to request your approval to establish 2 full-time permanent in-home family services specialists. These positions are required to implement the state's mandate for in-home foster care prevention services effective July 1, 2021. This state initiative came about through Congress's passage of the Family First Prevention Services Act of 2018. The act transforms federal funding under the Social Security Administration to help prevent children from entering foster care. Heretofore, federal funds were only available to assist with the cost of basic room and board once children entered the foster care system. Now, through the new Family First Act, federal funding is available to help prevent foster care. As the old adage goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Under the Family First Act, funding is now available to hire staff to work with families proactively on problems that, if left unchecked, may result in the removal of children and placement into foster care. Plus, this funding is now available to secure critical services such as substance use disorder services and/or mental health treatment and intervention. At the local level, it is anticipated that there will be savings because fewer children will be coming into care. And for those who do, we will now have an alternative supplemental funding stream besides the city's Children's Services Act, that is the CSA program, to purchase treatment services. Included in your packet as an attachment, you will see that Hopewell has been allocated $94,061 to hire new staff to implement mandated in-home prevention services, as I just mentioned. Of the two requested positions for your approval, one position is for an in-home prevention specialist to complement the current two positions the department designates for family preservation services. As previously stated, these workers will engage with families preemptively to help keep children from entering the foster care system. The second position is to create a new child welfare supervisor position designated to administer the new in-home prevention services program, in addition to supervising child protective services. Currently, the department only has one supervisor to manage all of child welfare services, including adoption services, foster care, child protective services, and foster parent recruitment. Adding the new mandate of in-home prevention services will be beyond the capacity of a single supervisor to ensure compliancy with state regulations for all of these programs mentioned. Having this new supervisor position will allow the department to divide child welfare services into two units, one focused on preventing children from entering foster care, and the other in focused on finding permanency for foster children in our care. The state has allocated Hopewell DSS $94,061 to hire staff to implement mandated in-home prevention services. There is no local cost for the first year allocation in fiscal year 2022. In subsequent years, the allocation will be subject to the state 84.5%, local 15.5% match. The local cost to establish the two positions for fiscal year 2023 and thereafter is estimated to be $17,949. If City Council decided tonight not to approve this request, the state's allocation of the $94,061 would be forfeited. Nonetheless, Hopewell DSS would still be under the state mandate to implement in-home foster care prevention services. I would very much appreciate your approval regarding this matter to establish the two in-home services positions that I have mentioned tonight. I believe that these positions will help enhance and promote family functioning, which in turn will help to keep children from entering the foster care system, which in turn will result in local savings. I believe this is a win-win-win situation. I thank you for your consideration in this matter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
First question, Mr. Pelham. Councilor Pelham, your mic is muted.
Is this just like the in-home counselors that do this for the, have the individual companies? They'll be doing the same type thing? Or they just working with families that potentially will be going into foster care?
Ma'am, I think the distinction would be is that these are employees of the Department of Social Services. And consequently, we can coordinate our services in-house respective of those cases that come to us regarding a child protective service matter. And as I said, kind of head things off at the pass by getting in there and securing services for that family before they are at jeopardy of going into foster care. So they are similar, but again, at a different level, because this is an in-house program and there's more coordination that can happen within the agency.
So what were you talking about, a supervisor? Who's paying, how is a supervisor gonna fit into the two positions? Is one of these two positions gonna be a supervisor position?
Yes, ma'am. One of the positions is for a direct worker. The other position, the supervisor position, is meant to supervise the program as
One
well
person.
as to, I'm sorry.
It's going to supervise the other one person.
No, ma'am, this one position complements the two current family preservation workers that we have. That supervisor will supervise those workers in addition to our Child Protective Services services. The other service supervisor will be supervising what we call permanency, providing supervision for the workers that do planning for foster care and adoptions, and for foster care parent recruitment.
So one of the two positions is going to be a supervisor of the 3 total in-home people. And does that $94,000 have to be divided between the supervisor and the worker?
Yes, ma'am. But as I mentioned, that supervisor will be supervising those 3 in-home providers, service providers, as well as the Child Protective Service staff. So she or he would be supervising probably 5 or 6 staff.
And they get benefits, right? So I mean, how much would each, do you have a breakout of how much the worker will make versus the supervisor?
I don't have that at hand, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'd like to be interested in knowing that, because that sounds like at $94,000 not going to be able to sustain those 2 people, as I understand it. You have, yeah, but you think it will, evidently.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Denton?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to establish the 2 full-time permanent in-home family services specialist positions with the Hopewell Department of Social Services.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Motion's been by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Pelham. I see 3 hands up for discussion. Counselor Denton?
Oh, I just made the motion. I'm done. That's it.
Counselor Gore?
Thank you. I just have a question in regards to, so I'm in favor of the motion. I just want a point of clarity. And looking at the agenda packet, the letter that's attached is dated January 15th of 21. So my question is why, to Mr. Altman, I guess, why is this pulled out separate from the budget session since it's so late in the year after the letter was received? If we're talking about the additional, adding additional staff, and I understand as of this year, it's not going to play a part in our finances, but according to the letter, it's going to next year. But I guess my question is, since this was distributed in January, and we're talking about it now in May, why couldn't this, is there a reason why we're talking about this outside the budget session? And what was the delay in getting this to us?
So I'll let Mr. Spicer correct me if I'm stating anything incorrect here, but we've had some turnover in the management positions within the department, and I think the focus was on filling the positions that we had vacant with people that had left prior to getting this done. There was a desire to get it done earlier in the year, but with some key departures within the management structure at the Social Services Department, this was kind of placed on the back burner until those positions could be filled. And Mr. Spicer, if I'm not correct, please let me know.
No, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you. And this is I'm sorry. I know the law is effective July 1, but are you expected to actually start taking action on stuff in July 1, or is that just when the law comes into place?
Well, the state advises us that we should be prepared to enact the program starting July 1.
So with this recruitment process, I would imagine you probably will advertise like 30 days, maybe, if not, but and you're essentially adding on to a program, building it out. Is there any additional resources you all may need to have something up and running in like 60 days?
Well, if council approves this proposal tonight, we would start our recruitment process so that we would have people close to being on board around that July 1st date.
But they'll have to still build out the rest of the program, or is it going to be like the guidance already provided to them so they don't have to start something from scratch?
The state has made the appropriation for the program, and they are still promulgating policy and practice. So we're kind of we're tracking along where the state is in terms of getting the funds out so that localities can start recruiting for these positions. All the while, the state is promulgating policy in terms of the regulations and the expectations of what we were expected to do through this new act.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0.
Thank you.
Mayor Bennett, our second item this evening on the agenda is a request to appropriate the funds from our annual surplus property auction. Mr. Reed Miller is here this evening to discuss the request and the process that his department goes through to manage this sale. It's quite in depth. So at this point in time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Reed Miller to discuss the request.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of City Council. I am before you tonight to request an appropriation of surplus revenue from our surplus property auction. I think most of you are familiar with this process, as we have done this essentially on an annual basis for quite a while now, since well before I was in this position with the city. And of course, no auction took place in 2020 due to the coronavirus situation. So we had some equipment available to circumvent the issues with bringing people together in the middle of a pandemic. We are now working with GovDeals, which is an online government surplus property auction platform. We worked with finance to get that relationship set up. And we've had pretty good success with that. It gives us a much larger audience of buyers, which drives the value of auctioned equipment up a little higher. And of course, we're reaching more people for specialized equipment that we've previously had a hard time selling. So it seems to be working well, and it allows us to post items as they become available. So the issue with our in-person auction in the past was Public Works having to store furniture and vehicles and bulky items that really took up a lot of valuable space, waiting for that annual auction to roll around. So now we're able to list things as they're available, get them sold, get them moved out, and free up that space at the respective departments who are auctioning off the equipment. Over the last several months, I believe we kicked off this process back in December, and then over the winter and spring, we sold several pieces of equipment totaling $22,450. Typically, we come to you and ask for an appropriation of that surplus revenue back into our operating budget to spend on whatever the needs of the department are. Typically, we divide the funding up into our core program areas, with some going towards Programming related expenses at this time, with programs being still pretty significantly restricted, we would look to purchase equipment or supplies that we could store for future use with special events. But really and truthfully, we intend to use the majority of this on park related expenses, equipment repairs, equipment replacement, things of that nature. Our parks have really taken a beating over the last couple months and through last summer with the increased volume of traffic with other entertainment venues still being closed. We've seen pretty tremendous park use and wear and tear. So we are before you this evening asking for an appropriation of the $22,450 into the Recreation and Parks operating budget to be spent before the close of this fiscal year. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Vice Mayor Parton.
I was just gonna make a motion. I'll let anyone ask their questions that they want to ask.
I don't see any other hands unless anyone who's doesn't have that option would like to speak. Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask one question. Mr. Altman, not last year, but I believe it was in 2019 when this was last done, we talked about seeing if there was a way that we could use some of this money in order to help with some of the neighborhood infrastructure that is fallen behind. Was there any consideration in using some of this money to help with some of the smaller issues that we're having?
We discussed that the utilization of funds, given the amount of the funding that we have and the efforts that Mr. Reed Miller and his staff have to go through, we felt it was justified having it go back to recreation. Additionally, knowing that we have the opportunity, should we be able to use those American Rescue Plan Act monies to help some of those projects along at a much higher clip and rate. So that's what we've kind of looked at, but we looked at the ability to use it for some of those items, but just given the amount of effort that Mr. Reed Miller and his staff have to go through, I felt it was appropriate to provide the funding back to the department to address some of their needs.
Okay. Well, I know, Mr. Reed Miller, this might make you a little upset, but I'll move that we appropriate 75% of the $22,450 to the Parks and Recreation operating budget, and then the remaining 25% to the stormwater program.
What?
Motion fails for lack of a second. Is there a motion to?
I'd like to make a motion that we relocate this money back to the Department of Recreation and Parks in the amount of $22,450.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Any hands for discussion? Vice Mayor Parton, is your hand up again?
No, I should have lowered it. My apologies.
Is there anyone that does not have the option? Counselor Pelham.
Now, as much as I believe in the stormwater projects that we need to get repaired and more money into that pot, we also need to maintain our parks for the viability of the citizens as well. And because people have been cooped up for so long with the pandemic, more and more people, I see the parks filled every afternoon or evening, pre-evening when I get off from work. So whatever we can do to keep them up to par, and hopefully I'll vote for 25% of that money to get Arlington Park a restroom, Aaron. Permanent.
I hear you.
Uh-huh. So that will be being biased, but I think every park really needs some type of facility. I mean, I appreciate the porta potty, of course, but I think it's some area there we can connect behind that tennis rack to tennis court, I mean, that will hook up with the border near that tree line. But anyway, this 22,000 for the recreation is minimal. And hopefully we'll be able to do more.
Thank you. I would like to also thank Director Reed Miller and all of Recreation and Parks, because there has been a dire need for us to go out and just get out of the house. The parks are, well, I can speak for Woodlawn, and I know Arlington because I'll go there as well. The parks are great. We have families that are riding bikes to the parks. We have individuals playing soccer in that area. We have birthday parties, and Councilor Pelham is right. I've seen the most activity in our parks recently, and not only in our neighborhoods, but also near the river. And I've seen a lot of families having picnics down at the river, down Water Street. And I've seen those taking advantage of the river walk. Mr. Altman always tells me, hey, you need to go out here, go and walk around the park, de-stress, at the Riverwalk, and just distress. And I'm telling you, if it wasn't for that Riverwalk, there would be no patients today because of COVID. But thank you. I just wanted to say that. Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you. I'm still going to end up voting in favor of this, but if I, didn't, make an attempt to try to get the stormwater department some additional money to fix drainage issues, it'd be one of those things where I would just, end up regretting. No harm, no foul, but I'll still be voting in favor of this.
Thank you. Are there any more hands, or anyone else would like to say anything? All right. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. And we're moving to R3. I'm going to turn it over to Counselor Gore.
Thank you. I had asked for the letters that we received that were public to be included in the packet tonight. I do not see them as attachments in the packet, so I asked for them to be submitted for the minutes so that the public has reference to what I'm talking about. I am going to defer to Mr. Altman to provide an update, but I just also want to be clear that the reason why I really think this is important for us to talk about tonight is because it really does impact all of our residents. And I also want to be very clear that I'm not using this as the opportunity to make a political statement or try to address on something because it's a hot topic. I tried to address concerns when I was mayor in 2019 and 2020 that were provided to me regarding Riverside. And I asked for this to be on the agenda then, and I have emails going back to city manager regarding asking for information related to some of the complaints and the status of the board. So this is not something that's new. However, due to recent events, it really has elevated to a point where I felt like we should definitely talk about it again as a council. So I do have questions, but I will save that till the end. The biggest thing is I have 4 main points. One, I would like for the city attorney to, give council an overview, not at this time, but maybe in a memo regarding our role in terms of a locality as it pertains to Riverside Regional Jail, because in looking at the legislation that enacted this, it is a separate authority. And so I think it's pertinent for us when the public asks questions for us to speak factually about the extent of our role and as it regards to Riverside and its operations. It's an authority runs it, and we just appoint a member to be a part of that authority. The second thing I really want to make sure we address is, I shared there's been public statements from Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors, members, St. Petersburg members. I don't know if they've had access to closed session information, but it seems to be that they know a lot more information regarding these matters. And looking at the email that was sent out to us, Chesterfield County did not know I was no longer the mayor, and I was CC'd on the letter in which clearly the Board of Supervisors come together and said they're going to submit a Department of Justice civil rights complaint, and also noted in their letter several times in which they have submitted complaints to the board, and we haven't seen those. And if Chesterfield County members are aware of stuff, I would like to know what they're aware of as well. So I don't know if we're able to have access to closed session information, but I would certainly like to have a copy of the letters that were referenced in the letter that was sent to me with my name on it. Again, even though they incorrectly had me as the mayor, but still. And so the last thing is I'll ask for Mr. Altman at the end of this to also provide us with the appropriate FOIA contact, because I do want to follow up on some of the complaints that I received over the past year that in the email I was told was not FOIAble, but I do have some records I want to obtain. So I'm knowledgeable, and particularly about the audits that the state has done, their inspection reports, the medical and mental health services, as well as some of the resignations submitted from the prior superintendent. My concern is she was there for 10 months, but prior to her departure, there was a superintendent there for 7 years. And it seems like the complaints stem back that far and they weren't not addressed. And so again, I'll pivot over to Mr. Altman, but I do think this also has an impact with our budget. Last year, we voted to increase our payment to Riverside by over $100,000, and we're up to past $350,000 that we pay into this establishment. And so I want to think about the budgetary implications, and also going back to our role, if they're there to provide services on behalf of our locality and we're in an agreement with them and we pay them, certainly we should be apprised of what's going on with that organization. And so, Mr. Altman, I'll pivot to you for your presentation, and then I'll ask to conclude that when you provide your remarks, if you can give council an update about if the authority is not successful with their appeal process from the Virginia Jail Review Board that states that they are recommending closure of Riverside Jail and for the inmates to be transferred back to their locality. What will be our plan B in Hopewell, since we do not have a place for them to go as of right now? So I'll pivot to you for your presentation, and I'll circle back to my questions, but I wanted just to give you a heads up as to what I was looking for. And I respect the fact that you may not be able to answer questions, which is why I defer to asking for legal advice, but then also for points of contact, so I may be able to get what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton.
I pivoted to Mr. Altman to do his presentation.
Oh, sorry, my hand shouldn't have been up.
Mr. Altman, can you just provide a public with the update and what you can share?
Yes, ma'am. So as you've indicated, and as I've indicated, there are conversations that the Riverside Regional Jail Authority Board, of which I and Sheriff Kephart are members on behalf of the city of Hopewell, have in closed session that we're not able to talk about and discuss in open session. But on April 21st, the State Board of Local and Regional Jails met, and their review committee met and discussed preliminary findings with regard and a recommendation with regard to Riverside Regional Jail. We at the jail, the superintendent nor our attorney, were advised that the jail would be on the agenda for discussion that day. So we found out through word of mouth that the jail was a topic of discussion, and that there was a recommendation by the review committee to the board that the Riverside Regional Jail be decertified and all of the incarcerated individuals remanded back to their jurisdiction of origin. that meeting was on a Wednesday, the 21st. That Friday, we had a special called meeting of the board and discussed the proceedings of the review committee in closed session. And at that point in time, we had not received any official notification from any representative of the state board, their staff, or the review committee with regard to their recommendations or findings. We did receive a letter, which I forwarded it to all members of council. And the nexus of the review board is the board with this is a more or less a newly established board at the state level. I think it's only been in place for 2 years. And they were reviewing 3 inmate deaths that occurred in Riverside Regional Jail in 2019 and 2020. 2 of those deaths were as a result of natural causes, resulting from acute chronic health conditions of the inmates. And those causes were certified by the Office of the State Medical Examiner. And one of the deaths involved the suicide of an inmate in the jail that was under supervision of licensed mental health professionals. So that is what brings us to getting to the review board. Now, the review board's letter to Riverside Regional Jail provides that within 10 days of receipt of the letter, so we can request an informal hearing, which we have, and which will occur tomorrow. The superintendent, Mr. Lebo, and our counsel, Jeff Gore, will be meeting with staff of the Regional Review Board's committee, staff to discuss the letter, the findings, and present the Riverside Regional Jail's position on the issue. Jail board has another called special meeting on Friday to discuss the outcome of that meeting and a path forward. We also have 21 days to object to the preliminary findings, which we've done. And we should, if a resolution is not worked out with staff prior to the board meeting, so we have up until I think June 6th to come to some resolution. If no resolution is reached by then we will go to a formal hearing. The jail will go to a formal hearing before the board, I believe, on June 16th. It's obviously our position that the position of the review committee is a bit onerous, and the staff at the jail didn't do anything that was not out of the ordinary or was wrong in any manner in dealing with the 3 deaths that are in question. And, we have to say that while those are tragic, we understand that, but all of those deaths had been looked at by the State Office of the Medical Examiner, and nothing from a criminal charge came about for any employee. So no one acted in any negligent manner with regard to how the inmates were treated by staff. So we're going to continue to move forward as an authority to address the issues. And our priority, and I was chair of the Regional Jail Authority last year, and I said on more than one occasion, when individuals are remanded to our custody, it is our job not only to keep them in custody, but their care is part of our job. So their care and custody is something that we take very seriously. We have a new superintendent, Mr. Lebo, and he's been in place for roughly almost a year now. And I know that since he's been in place, we've passed all of our state audits and our pre-audit. So he's made some significant move and adjustment in the jail with regard to the standing. And we're confident in Mr. Lebo's ability to continue to elevate the level of care and the professionalism at the jail. And just for some background, Mr. Lebo spent a great deal of his career with the Virginia Department of Corrections. And he ranged from compliance with state and federal standards, but he ran state facilities. So we feel that we have a very good individual to serve as our superintendent, and the board is taking all of this very seriously. Now, Councilor Gord mentioned Chesterfield County did send a letter. I'm not sure what information they were acting off of. I know that they met in closed session, which generated that letter. And I think the date of the letter was April 28th. And I don't know what information they had to act on at that point in time. We had not received the letter from the state, and the letter from the state was dated April 30th. So I'm not sure where they're getting all of their information at to have those discussions. I do know that they're having a 2:00 meeting tomorrow to discuss the jail. I'm not sure what that is going to entail. The county administrator sent me an email while we were in the meeting, informing me that they were going to have a meeting. When I asked some additional questions with regard to who would be there, who would be speaking, the response back was that he will introduce them during the meeting. So I'm not sure who will be participating there. But that's kind of all that I can say at this point in time, given the nature of the proceedings and the need for the jail to move forward to address those items. Attorney Jeff Gore, who actually sat in for Ms. Robinson when she was on vacation last year, has provided us that guidance. I've copied y'all on the letter from the state and the statement issued by Riverside Regional Jail. So with that, Ms. Gore, and I see a bunch of hands that are raised.
Thank you very much. This is what I was looking for in terms of a presentation. I'll ask my ask at the end of this, but you covered what I was hoping to have shared. So thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Boone?
Councilor Randolph.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Altman, the letter that Councilor Gore referenced about receiving with her still showing as the mayor, that is something you shared with the rest of us?
Yes, ma'am. That was included in the first.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And second question is that after your meeting this week, we should know more about the whole stance of this issue. And you can update us in 2 weeks on that as well.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, what I will share with council, what I'm able to share coming out of the meeting on Friday. So you're aware of the situation and the status of the ongoing investigation that has been undertaken by the board.
Well, apparently it's important for us to let the public know in this meeting. So we may want to go ahead and set up for whatever that is that you share with us on Friday to also share with the public. And a simple question that was something that I saw that Ms. Pelham had earlier was, what do we tell any of our constituents that ask us what's going on?
Well, I think
simply just what you said here, that there are accusations that about the jail, and they, or what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the information that was provided in the statement from our current chair, Sheriff Crawford of Petersburg, that I included in my email. You can, that was sent out, and that's a public document that y'all can share if you need be with your constituents. I think if individuals have concern with regard to any issues or care that people may or may be receiving or may not be receiving at the jail, I would certainly think that please let Sheriff Kephart and I know as representatives of the city to the Regional Jail Authority so we can pass that information along to the superintendent to investigate, get responses back, but also it allows us as a board to discuss those issues. I think so. Part of my concern last year's chair and before being chair and now is there are comments made in political environments and in board or council meetings in jurisdictions that are members, but some of those comments aren't shared at board meetings. So it's difficult for us as a board to address a concern that's never been brought before us. So I think it's imperative amongst all the members of the Riverside Regional Jail Board Authority to bring those issues to the board so we can address those issues with the superintendent to ensure that answers are given. And if there's an issue with inmate care, that's addressed and we understand the facts of the situation. And if there was something that happened that should not have happened, it is corrected. But a lot of what we get from a board perspective is information that comes not from board members, but from other sources, such as a letter from a judge. And I have made that comment, and I made that comment consistently as chair, that the region, the members of the region, which consist of the cities of Hopewell, Colonial Heights, and Petersburg, Prince George County, Surrey County, Charles City County, and Chesterfield, we have to work together to move this institution forward and make sure that we are providing the appropriate care for everyone in Riverside Regional Jail. And we can't do that if we're blind to issues. Sorry,
Okay.
that was
And
my-
I'll just, yeah, and that's fine. No problems. I'll just encourage that if anybody on council has further questions, that even though I don't think you're talking to anybody on the side, as was said earlier, if you do talk to anybody and they have questions, just send out the answers to everybody on council so that everybody can know the same things. And then we have to be responsible for reading our emails and listening and the newspapers too, because hopefully what's in the newspapers is a little more accurate than just stuff that's being sent around the rumor mill. Thank you, Mr. Altman, for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Parton, can I make a motion to extend to finish this conversation because there's several hands raised with 6 minutes to go?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I move to extend the meeting just to finish this conversation.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion, there's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Well, I had mine on there tonight as CR1 and it got replaced, so I would like to see it extended through CR1.
Councilor Gore, are you in favor? Are you amenable to that change in the motion?
Respectfully, this is not a competition over who can get their, no. I'm sorry. Then just stay to do the whole agenda if that's the concern. We're experienced 2 years of cherry picking items. I'm sorry. We're gonna stay, do the agenda. We can say do the agenda. And I'm just trying to close out this item.
All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Ms. Best, can you do roll call, please? Ms. Best, if you're,
Ollie, you're
yeah, if you're-
muted. Ms. Best, you're muted.
Mr. Altman, do you mind doing roll call since Ms. Best is having some technical issues?
No, sir. I believe the order.
I'm here. I
Oh, okay.
apologize. My mouse would not unmute me. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
She stepped away.
Okay, thank you.
Does that-
Counselor Randolph.
What is the mo-
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor Randolph, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, because somebody else was talking. I said yes.
Yes. Okay, Vice Mayor Parton, you have
Uh,
5 yes and 1 no and 1 absent.
Okay. Ms. Pelham?
What? Then y'all make me forget what I was gonna ask. That's terrible. Oh, the question, is the protocol over there for suicides to be 24-hour supervision? How could somebody commit suicide if someone's watching them for 24 hours? Or, I mean,
So if an individual at the jail is on suicide watch or deemed that needs to be on suicide watch by the mental health provider, then yeah. If they're not, if some individual's not on suicide watch, then there isn't a 20, I mean, there isn't someone watching them. I mean, not to say that there aren't cameras and things throughout the jail, but there isn't someone watching them, or that they're put in a special area to be watched.
are they just somewhere that they can't supposedly hurt themselves,
If they're on suicide watch, yes.
but no one watches them 24/7?
If they're on suicide watch, they're in a supervised area. If they're not, they're just in a pod amongst the general population within that.
And this person wasn't supervised, right?
This person was not on
24-hour. I mean, he wasn't supervised by a human at all times.
Not at all times, no.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Mayor Bennett is back now.
Thank you. I see 2 hands, Vice Mayor Parton and Counselor Gore.
Thank you. Mr. Altman, isn't it true that the Department of Corrections is having issues with moving some of these inmates at Riverside to their actual respective state prison that they're supposed to be going to?
So we house state inmates there that are in the process of being moved or in the process of being released from state incarceration.
Okay, because there's been some issues, and I mean, I've done a little bit of research on this, and of course, as this develops, I'll probably end up learning a lot more. But I think there's some pretty big issues with the Department of Corrections, and I think we need to reach out to them and get a timeline from them on when they're going to start moving some of these inmates from Riverside to the state prison that they're supposed to actually be in. I've had heard that Delegate Coiner aired, and also Senator Morrissey held a town hall meeting in Chesterfield, if I'm not mistaken, to talk about some of these issues. And I know Delegate Coiner has been asking Department of Corrections quite a bit, trying to get answers on this as well. And I think that this is a huge issue. One, it's moving the inmates to the respective state prison that they're supposed to be in. But once they move over into a state prison and they're no longer at Riverside, the amount of money that we as a locality have to pay for those inmates drops drastically. So I mean, I certainly appreciate our state delegation taking a lead on this and working on this, trying to save us money. And I think we need to do some follow-up with this concern as well. Thank you.
So the issue of state inmates, they actually pay the jail to house the inmates there. So it's not that the localities are losing money. The jail is making out a revenue from housing state inmates and federal inmates at times. So that's an outside revenue source for Riverside Regional Jail. The issues revolving state inmates are not part of the State Board of Local and Regional Jail issue. So that would be something that we would look at outside of that. And right now,
Okay. I mean, I'd still like, to look into that issue because, I mean, that's, some information that's, contrary to what, I've been looking into and what I've read up so far. I mean, if you don't mind you just looking into it and clarifying it, I would greatly appreciate it.
certainly.
That's all I have.
All right. I guess I can go because she acknowledged me. So just in closing, I just want to circle back to some of the asks I had, just for the record, for the minutes. If council does not object, I would like to have Ms. Robinson provide us with the update on our role as a member of this body in terms of the locality. So that way we have an understanding of our role versus the authority. Is there any objections to that?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I guess.
I don't have a problem with it. You want it on are you asking to have it on the next
No,
meeting?
she can give it, no, she can just give it to us via email. It doesn't have to be anything.
Laura Robinson has her hand up. I think she wants clarification.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I just need to understand what you mean by update.
If you can just send it to us via email or in the memo, that'll be fine. Is that okay?
Yes, but I'm trying to get the scope of the.
Oh, I just want to have an understanding about what our local role is as it pertains to Riverside, in the separations that we have. I spoke to kind of earlier on the phone regarding it, but I just want to have a clearer understanding to follow up on that conversation.
So you want to know what the legal separations are?
Yes, in our role, if we have any.
Yeah.
And that way we can also address the public should they ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I do want to know, Mr. Altman, in a follow-up email, who is the FOIA POC? I checked on the website. Maybe I've overlooked it. I do want to know that individual so I can submit requests. And then also in regards to what's going on, yes, it has made the news, but it's not strictly rumor mill conversations because the news has cited actual documentation and complaints. So like, for example, the board was on probation in 2019 or 3-year probation for certification. And then in that, it said that there's supposed to be quarterly inspections and updates. That is public record, but I have not been able to identify the source of that. And then also I did try to check on the state's website for the jail authority, the commission that reviewed this and made this determination. I don't see minutes from that meeting. So if we can have that information, because it should be public record, that would be helpful. So we can back up what's cited in the news stories.
Answer that question for you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
If you can find that information, good luck, because we've been asking the entire time for a reason why we're on probation, and the jail has not yet received any correspondence. We've sent multiple letters and have not received any correspondence as to why we were placed on probation.
Wasn't there something to cite it? Because in 2019, when they gave the I don't want to use the word directive, but when they stated that it was on a 3-year probation, shouldn't there have been some type of document citing that?
All I can tell you is our attorney at the jail has requested that information for the past since the letter, and we have not received any correspondence.
Okay, well then I'll follow up with some state reps to see if we can get that information. If you haven't done that, I'm sure you guys have, but maybe that might help if we all band together to try to get the information. So that was that. And then the last two things was in regards to the budget. I do see concerns in regards to the fact that the jail's revenue is down, I believe, according to the audit that's online, $1.5 million, and it had to dip into the rainy day fund twice. And then our cost has gone up. So what is the projections for this year in regards to that?
So the adopted budgets showed a dipping into the rainy day fund, but at year end, we did not have to do that. We had a minimal, I think one year there was a projection of a dipping into $1.5 million. And at the end of the year, we only had to look at $200,000. And then the past year, because of salary savings, there was not a need to dip into the rainy day fund at the end of the year.
Okay, so it's not a projection to do it, that they'll need to be done today, this year, and we're not going to have a request for increase?
So well, if there's an increase in our fee at the jail is based on how many people we have incarcerated. So if that number goes up during the year, then we're going to pay more. There's a projection on how many inmates they think will be there, but it's just a projection. So this year, I think we had 2.4 million in the budget, and we're running at about that number right now. So moving forward, I think the projections show us that it may be a little higher than that, but it's really based on how many people are in there that we have incarcerated. And at some years that number has gone down. So it fluctuates during the year. And so I think where we are budget wise, we're okay moving into the year. The budget that was approved for the jail also addressed positions at the facility, 40 additional positions. So we were able to do that, maintaining our per diem, $46 a day per diem.
So just for clarification, I went back and looked at last year's budget documents, and there was a note in the presentation that we had an increase because of Chesterfield not sending inmates over to the jail. So it wasn't relayed that, I mean, I know that we pay based off of utilization, but I know there was conversations with jurisdictions being upset because we had to pay more because of Chesterfield not paying in as much as they used to.
Yeah, so Chesterfield reduced the number, or indicated they would reduce the number. They were planning on reducing the number of inmates that were sent to the jail. They actually ultimately did not reduce it to the number that they had indicated. They just said they were going to drop to 300 inmates, I think it was. And as we went through the budgeting process to plan around that number kind of creeped up. I think
it was $100,000 increase according to our budget presentation, and it had a note in there because of Chesterfield. That's why I'm asking the question.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The increase in the budget that we experienced in the budget was a result of Chesterfield indicating they were not going to send as many inmates to Riverside as really our service agreement called for.
Okay, but that's not a projection for this year. Again, separate from utilization.
So when we dealt this year through the budget process, those numbers were adjusted up from a Chesterfield perspective. They were not adjusted up all the way to what they have currently housed at Riverside, a little bit lower than what they have currently housed at Riverside, but they were adjusted up through the budget process.
Okay, so they're still impacting the rest of jurisdictions.
Yes.
Amounts that. So I guess, again, this can tie back to the legal question I have. And looking at, again, I skimmed this agreement because I went back to a document you sent me last year and I was asking questions. I see that there is a requirement to have certain number of individuals and pay a certain percentage. I just want to understand the impact of what Chesterfield is doing, and then the fact that the rest of the localities have to pay more. Are we obligated to have to do that? So I don't want you to answer that question now, but please tie that into my questions regarding legal, unless Ms. Robinson has, I see her hand raised. Okay, I guess that was by mistake. So Mr. Almond, can you make a note of that, please? And then the last thing is in regards to, again, the Plan B. So if the authority is not successful with this appeal process, based off of what has been reported, that the state said that the inmates had to be returned to their jurisdiction.
Mhm.
So that would be their local jails, since we do not have one. If the appeal fails, has staff started having some preliminary discussions about what are we supposed to look at doing?
So we would have to look at, and the sheriff would be the one primarily looking at securing housing for our inmates at Riverside. They wouldn't shut the jail down the day of the decision. So there's going to be a time period in which, if it comes to fruition that happens, that we will have a time frame in which we need to, because everyone there, no one that is currently a member of Riverside Regional Jail has the capacity within their community, including Chesterfield, to absorb the inmates that are housed at Riverside. So every one of us will have to find an alternative location to house our inmates outside of the area.
And you're saying Kephart is the one responsible for developing that, not us?
Well, it will be working with him, but as the sheriff, that's
The responsibility.
Sheriffs are all on the Regional Jail Authority Board. Is if they have their own jail, they would be responsible for it, and so we would be working with Sheriff Kephart on how to do that, and what that impact and cost would be. That we obviously would then take
Our
the
budget
budget that we have for Riverside and have to look at where we're going to put that, and the issue of the jail not existing anymore is a much more complicated issue than just the inmates that are housed there. There's debt on the jail.
Yeah, I read that in the
Because of, all the bonds, and there's a lot more going on here that we would have to work our way through beyond. So that's why we obviously would have to have some time to wind everything down.
Thank you. I conclude, and Ms. Best, can you just put the items I requested in the minutes, not the whole discussion? Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Yes, Counselor Gore, you can just ask that through me and I'll just direct her to do that.
I thought there is the rule that requires it to go through the chair for the minutes to be in the.
It does require you to go through the chair, but it requires you to here now.
I'm sorry, what?
It does require you to go through the chair.
Okay, well, I'll go through you and we'll just follow up, because I thought this was addressed in a previous meeting. So this is an offline conversation. Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, thank you for the presentation as well. Now, the Riverside Jail is funded by all the counties that participate, correct? So, is that right, Mr. March?
Yes, ma'am. All the jurisdictions that participate, and they receive state comp board funding.
And so there's always been a rumor that judges own jail, private jail. It's not a private jail, it's a state-supported jail.
Well, in this instance, it's a regionally owned jail, if you will. It's certainly not a private jail. The jail was created by an act of the General Assembly.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
And then then we have the service agreement between all of the communities involved in the jail.
Okay, but there's no investors that put money into the jail too and get money out of it, right?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Unless you consider the city an investor.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about individual.
Yeah, no, ma'am. That we don't have individual investors involved.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Motion, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Counselor Denton. I don't know, I don't see her. So Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Good job.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 yes and 1 no answer.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Same to you.
Night.
Night.